Hello, Bifredo. Hello, good afternoon. Um, so let's see. I have a bunch of generic stuff to do, but um, I have a question for you. Maybe that if it's not too complicated, do you know do you know a way that doesn't require me to go insane to, for example, test three-seater grammars in NeoVim? Because here's the situation. I have a three-seater grammar for Super HTML that works. It's an HTML grammar, just like rebranded. But the syntax highlighting queries, they work in Helix, but they don't work in NeoVim. And I think I know why. Because if we go look at the files, yeah, I think the main problem is the queries. Because the grammar itself, I know already it works. I would be surprised if it has any issue. The problem is these syntax highlighting queries rely on I don't remember what is this thing called, directives. Well, in any case, they have these custom things that I know, predicates, that I know are need to be custom implemented. And my guess is that the problem is the reason why these queries don't get loaded is because NeoVim doesn't like what I'm doing here. That's my guess. The problem is I'm just not, how can I say, I don't know how NeoVim works, and I have a bunch of plugins installed, and I have Mason, I think, and I feel like kind of stuck because I wish to work on this stuff, but there is a bunch of friction, and I'm not a NeoVim user, so I kind of lose motivation right away. Even though I know that I should fix my shit, because I'm so close to providing people with syntax highlighting. I'm just not doing the final tiny step. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, these queries are not even that bad. I think I'm only using equal here, I already forgotten how this query work. Like, I'm looking at them, they kind of make sense. But there was a point in time where I understood better how they worked than now. So yeah, it's only highlights. Injections, I don't think I pretty much have. Yeah, I don't have almost anything. I have very vanilla stuff. And now that I think about it, I should have Super HTML as a grammar somewhere. Let me see. You support those in NeoVim. Yeah. So I'm guessing maybe here's the thing also. I think that what I did here makes sense, but I am doing something somewhat advanced. So I am let me see if I can read this thing. Basically, I'm giving attribute to I'm searching for an element with a start tag with an attribute. The attribute name, I give it the @attribute thing. And then to its value, I give it a markup link URL. Oh, you know what? Maybe these are things that don't exist in NeoVim. Although, even if they didn't exist, does that cause the entire query to fail? If these classification, I don't know what to call it, like this class doesn't exist. In any case, all right, and the square brackets are an OR. So this is an attribute name that contains either an attribute value or a quoted attribute value. And whichever it is, I'm giving the attribute value this thing. And then this element needs to have inside of it another element with a start tag and a tag name tagged tag. And then I say, this only should kick in if the tag is super and the attribute in question is ID. And that gives me, basically, whenever you have a super nested inside of element, that highlights the ID of the parent. A user could add highlights for those after the fact. Yeah, that makes sense. So this query ultimately seems like kind of reasonable, and it works in Helix. But so I don't know why this stuff doesn't want to work in NeoVim. Like some other people have tried to make it work and they also had trouble. Okay, let me see one sec. Config and Vim. What do we have in here? I'm using Kickstart. Yes. Queries, Ziggy schema. So in here right now, I don't have anything related to Super HTML. Why? Because I had another NeoVim. Yeah, at some point I was using somebody else's config to test stuff out. Then I switched back to my own. I don't know. There's this backup, but I'm not sure this was made by me. Maybe the other stuff was deleted. Okay, so this is what I have for now. And I think this does give me syntax highlighting for Ziggy. Wait, so maybe I do know how to install this stuff. Okay, so for Ziggy, we have something. That is a great question. I've been way too lazy about this stuff. I don't know if there is a oh, there's an issue where I'm pointing out that this should work. So I don't have steps for reproducing it, but I do have an issue. It's issue 25 on the Super HTML repo. Let me see if I can maybe try to repro it now. Let's see. Create auto command, create auto group, pattern Ziggy sets up the LSP. Okay, Ziggy schema sets up the LSP. Formatters, fine. Formatters by file type, fine. There we go. Oh. Okay, so this is what I want, and this is what I want to copy for Super HTML. I probably need to register Super HTML somewhere else. So let's go do let's do that. Super HTML. Let's go. Somehow I had, hey Rocco Rager, happy Friday to you as well. Somehow in my mind, this seemed like such a complicated thing to set up. I don't know why. For now, it seems that I can make some progress on my own without being completely clueless. Let's see if we can make it happen. Ooh, do we have a scanner.c for this stuff? Ooh, we might actually have this. Yeah, we have scanner also. Uh-oh, now the challenge. Are these things supposed to be comma separated? I'll assume they are. Oh, you know what? I should probably open this file with NeoVim because I bet you that it has the Lua stuff in it. Wait. But then I wouldn't know how to edit it. God damn it. Oh well, okay. Let's do it this way. Branch Mia main requires npm false, requires to generate grammar false, file type, super HTML. Okay, so with this, oh, would you look at that? No, wait. I think this is the file extension. Oh, wait, I don't need a new thing. I think that's how it should be. Also, nice to see that these are comma separated. This kind of gives me confidence that these guys also are supposed to be comma separated. Although this is a key value pair thing, this is a list, but hopefully it's close enough. Yeah, so I created this super HTML file type. Let's add the LSP at this point. Why not? Okay, auto command based on file type. File type super HTML pattern, I don't know. There you go. How hard could it be? Right? Let's do the auto formatter also at this point. There you go. That wasn't so bad. Okay, I think the problem is that we don't have the queries though. Oh fuck, I don't know how to open files. Oh. I am not really getting diagnostics though. Okay, I'm not. There's a lot of things that I'm not getting. Let's. Oh wait. Gotta save maybe first. Yeah. No, still not getting stuff. Okay. Let's copy some queries. I don't have indents or rainbows. Wait, could it be that the lack of indents and rainbows is what was causing issues? No, it works even without those. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, look, even this guy works. It is correctly highlighting the idea of a super element. Oh, it's not updating. Oh, it's a bit lazy in updating the thing. Interesting. Yeah, that was actually kind of easy to make work. But I swear, I was trying to help people out, and they were having serious trouble, but they didn't have my setup. Which, well, I don't know exactly what setup I have. I have whatever setup Kickstart and Vim has. They were using something different. I think they were using Lazy, but I don't remember what Lazy does. Is it just for LSPs or something else? Oh, Lazy is just config management in general. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why they were having trouble, but it's working for me. Although the LSP is not working. We need to understand what's going on there. No, wait, it is working. No, never mind. It is actually totally working. Yeah, missing end tag, missing. This is working beautifully. Holy shit. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. I think that the core contributor that was the contributor that was working on this stuff also was interested in looking into this. He got, I think he got the file type detection into Vim and NeoVim for, like, he registered Super HTML as a thing. So it works. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, Dr. Mr. T. Okay, for some reason, I seriously was convinced that this was problematic, but it is absolutely not. Like, yeah, that was super easy and straightforward. They did have more complicated setups, though, for sure. In their case, placing things in their config was more complicated. I don't think they had as an easy way to plug in a custom definition for these things. They still had the ability to do so. It just wasn't as easy, and I don't know why. So I'm happy that actually the situation with NeoVim is resolved. Okay. This works great. You know, also what this is making me think that I want to try also flow. So Neurosite merged. Okay, my problem is this: I got my tiny itty bitty tiny brain managed to learn Helix keybinds, so it's hard for me to move to anything else for now. So, but Flow Control recently um, merged Helix support, the beginnings of Helix keybind support. So let's see. Let's update. Let's update Flow and see how that works. Release pass, of course. Wait. How do I set Helix mode? Wait, Command S doesn't save? Wait. How do you save? Oh, wait, do I click here to save? No. This is open recent. Oh, save file. Oh, because it's control, not command. That makes sense. So Control Q. Holy shit. Oh no. No, this is not Helix mode. Or what happened? No, not with Ghosty. Yeah, input mode is Helix. Okay, we need to figure that out. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. So, how do you enable Helix mode, man? I guess it's not Helix. Um, maybe ask is not the button to change mode. Hmm. Oh, docs. Docs. Zig. What? Contrib. Help. F2. Oh, fuck. That is not that easy for me to input. Left side of the status bar. Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. We're in. Command not found. Move. Next word start. Oh, that's match inner word. Command not found. Select this object inner. Oh, okay. Uh, well, okay. There's a bunch of stuff missing, but I guess the basics are there. I wonder why this input mode set to Helix here doesn't do anything. But this is really nice. This is really nice as a start. Yeah, they just need to do more of this. Cool. Okay. What do we want to do now? Let's set up super MD syntax highlighting also in NeoVim while we're here. Let's see, highlights, punctuation spatial. Okay. I don't know. That's like a starting point. Injections. Let's see. Document section thematic break. Injection content thematic break set. Injection language. Ziggy. Oh man, this is gonna be good. And then injection language is super MD inline. Oh. Minus metadata plus metadata. Wait a second. Document section thematic break followed by some injection something, and then another thematic break becomes an injection language Ziggy. What is this one? Either minus metadata or plus metadata? Injection content section injection language. What? What? So I get that maybe minus 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 becomes a thematic break, but plus plus plus? I guess it's because depending on what's in there, it could get interpreted as either. So plus metadata can go somewhere else. Injection language. Ziggy. And then there's super MD inline. Well, we'll see about that. Oh, this Ziggy stuff is actually good now that I think about it. Oh. I should not have those here. Okay, this is kind of messed up as it is now. Yo, check it out. I have Ziggy syntax highlighting. That's amazing. Okay, in order. Let's do this stuff in order. Okay, let's go change the authoritative super MD stuff. So this is all well and good. Yeah, plus metadata doesn't exist. I don't understand this thing. This is saying, okay, since there is no optionality anymore, I can also remove this. But what does that even mean? Like the one above, I understand. There's a document, there's a section. Inside the document section starts a thematic break, some nodes and an arithmetic break, that means that this thing is an injection for Ziggy. But what does this mean? No, I guess this has to be the correct thing, and this has to be like some kind of workaround for some corner case situation or something. Okay. And then there's super MD inline, which also I don't know what's up with that. Let's say highlights. Wiki link. Yeah. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. And what about injections? HTML tag set, injection language or HTML, LaTeX block. Okay. Whatever. So we copy those. Probably want to copy also supremely inline. I also have Ziggy schema with a dash and Ziggy schema with an underscore. God knows which one of the two is the right one. I think it's the underscore one. Okay. I need to add the super MD inline language. Why do they make two languages? What is the inline variant of the language? I'm still having trouble understanding what that is. It seems like they are breaking up the grammar into like block level elements and inline elements, but why make two grammars for it? What is the point? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, well, fuck, no. No super MD LSP for now. Don't have that. Don't even have a formatter. That's sad. But at least we can have a parser config. Oh, I think this one was going to need also something more. Oh, does it tell us why this is doing the normal thing and inline thing? To use the true grammars, first parse the document with the block grammar, then perform a second parse with inline grammar using TS parsers that include ranges to specify which parts are inline content. Oh. So you really need both. One does block level highlighting, the other one does inline element highlighting. They separated them this way. Okay. Also has a scanner. I should probably rename this to just 3-seater. Now, how does this relationship work with the other one? Huh. So you have to specify another one. Could you even rename this directory here without receiver? Yeah, this honestly looks so much better. I'm gonna push this change in a moment. What's the file type though? Can we give two grammars the same file type? Maybe yes. Well, I guess we'll see. Well, let's see how that goes. So nothing for formatters. Person config defined. I guess I need to open a file of that kind. There we go. Doesn't seem to be working particularly well. Let's take a look at the more concrete example. Yeah, the second one is overriding the first one, I think. We're not doing fine. Maybe like this? Oh yeah, I think that's how it has to be. I think it kind of works, but it's not picking up Ziggy as it should. Does the inline need anything else? No, just parser and scanner. Oh, no, wait, though. Yeah, no, this is, I guess it kind of works, but it's still wrong. This needs to be, oh no, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did it right. Yeah, I did everything right, I think. Yeah, this is being picked up, I think, correctly. Images are getting syntax elided, links are getting syntax elided, headers are getting syntax elided. These fails. This guy is not working as intended. Do we have working Ziggy stuff? We do, right? Yeah, we totally do. So now we decided to start working. You know what? Fine, I'll take it. Yeah. Okay, we can publish this information, I think. I wish we could personalize a little bit these guys. Oh, let's take a look at SuperMD inline. Maybe the fact that they are broken up maybe comes to our advantage. Maybe they are simpler this way. Punctuation characters regex. Fuck. Grammar.js common. No. Error, trigger error. Preference. Conflicts. You know it's a good grammar when everything is fucking conflicting with everything else. Nice. Expand common rules. Code span. link text. Precedence dynamic, precedence level link. Jesus Christ. Hello, X2. Man, when I was saying that Markdown has an insane grammar, this is not even all of it. This three-seater grammar is actually not correct. They even stated that it's too hard for them to make a grammar that is perfectly correct with three-seater, and that what they have is an approximation, which works well enough for syntax and lighting, but it's not exactly factually 100% correct. And it's still full of fucking dynamic precedences, a bunch of conflicts. Oh god, man. Oh my god. Image inline link. Image description, open parentheses, repeat choice, white space, soft line break. Yeah, okay. You know what? No, we're not touching this. Like, this is insane. We're not touching this. There are only two ways of going forward. One is moving away from Markdown and make our own Markdown light, or we never touch this stuff. This is like road to insanity. No. Goodbye. I tried. I didn't try super hard, but I did try. Okay, so with this we have all this syntax and lighting stuff, which is pretty good. I think we need to set up the tooling page. Let's try to set this up also in Helix, because I had some things going on, but then not everything. Let me see. Oh yeah, no, we do have it working also in here. That's great. Wait, but we don't have inline stuff, do we? Well, but it is working. What? So we did add inline also in here? I guess? Oh well. Hey, look at this beautiful. Man, this is pretty good looking now. Huh. I think I want the table of contents in here. How do we get that? Who has the table of contents? Oh, probably no page here has the table of contents. Do we have a talk toggle? Of course we don't. Oh. No, I think we just want the table of contents. And then we want like per editor information. Neovim. And then we want something like this. What if instead it's like this? Okay, probably we do want an about section. Maybe something like this. Yeah. I guess we want to install Super HTML, Super MD, and Ziggy as 3 separate extensions. I feel like Markdown needs something like a less emphasis on something somehow. Like a, yeah, syntax for less emphasis. Maybe I shouldn't link this heading. Hey, Christoph, do you play some games? Lately, not so much. I've played. I think the last game that I played, like somewhat seriously, was Noita. I had fun with that, but I don't play that on stream. I play that on my own. That was fun. So if you're looking for game recommendation, Noita would be it for me. Um, with an not an E but an I here. So spell like this. Oh wait. Fuck. I hate how I set up my CSS stuff for titles. It's gonna be such a pain to. I don't want to have to fix everything, so I'll hack a something. Fuck. Wait, why is this doing what? This is fine. This is fine. This is not fine. Everything else is fine. This guy has its own rules. This is not fine. Why is this doing it like this? Wait, it's not content. What is it? Oh, it's docs. Okay. No, that's still weird. The fuck? Oh, I get it. There you go. Let's call it regular. Okay, we just need to add some of those thingies. I guess we can copy some of the instructions from the Ziggy website. Wait, the fuck? I have a Ziggy VS Code extension? I have a Ziggy VS Code extension. I forgot that I had one. The fuck? Huh. Oh, yeah. Why is this not being parsed? That's an interesting problem here. Hello, Hanako. I think these need to be moved to their own page. Hmm. Yeah, I know that you don't like this. That's annoying because we don't even really want them to clone. That is so problematic. What are you doing? I am writing documentation to let people know how to set up their editors to support my file types. That's what I'm working on, and I'm seeing how problematic this whole setup stuff is. You know what? Let's not do this. Oh no, actually it's it's the inverse. Oh, we don't have syntax alignment for toml. Oh, man, that's crappy. So string works, everything else not really. Punctuation. I guess we could do punctuation, something interesting. Yeah. You have punctuation, operator, property. No, I think we should do this. I don't know. And then it's also operator. I guess we can leave it as that. Yeah, I don't know. Not the best thing, but I guess whatever works for me. Can it be put on a new line? Please tell me that these things can be put on a new line. I bet you that they cannot. Yeah, they're intended to appear on a single line. Well, fuck. I guess we leave them on a single line. Ah, oh no, we have to specify the commit. That is so annoying. Maybe I should tell people to keep around their repositories. That would actually simplifies a bunch of things. You know what? I think I'll change this to this other mode. Oh, that's why I'm not getting anything. God damn it. Maybe it shouldn't even be a copy. It should be a symbolic link. Would that even be possible? We should investigate this possibility. Wait, no source? No source. Somehow. Oh, I have a grammar for ZMD. This is my old stuff. Hmm. Apparently, I don't have configured support for Ziggy schema. This is again the score schema. Oh, it's dash schema. I'm confused. I'm starting to think that you don't need to set up the inline stuff in your editor. Fuck. What if these were symbolic links? Now I'm curious. The fuck? Now Helix is not even loading? Is it really that bad, man? It dies there. I cannot believe this. I guess symbolic links are not an option. Oops, that also killed me in my guy here. Oh, wait. It killed that one, but not this one. This one is strong dead. Can I do... Oh. Okay, it finally died as it should have. Jesus. No, come on. You can't be like this now again. Oh no, you know what then? That's another type of problem that I'm experiencing. Wait, am I like running out of space or something weird? No. Why is hitting hanging now then? So yeah, that was wrong. But we're still not okay. What did I do to you, man? Oh, also Ziggy Markdown is a symbolic link. So maybe symbolic links were not that much of a problem after all. Okay, there's still a problem. And it's probably these stupid queries. How did they break them? I'm just saying that their injection is Ziggy. This was like this. I guess we can restore that. Highlights literally changed nothing. What is it making loop forever? I don't get it. Although to be fair, it should say that these were building some grammars now that I think about it. See the path for these guys? Christoph Super MD, Three-Seater Super MD, Super MD inline. That's weird. Oh, man. Aha. It is injection. Oh, we don't have SuperMD in line. That's what's tripping me. That's what's causing it to trip. Oh, snap. Or not. Wait, don't tell me that it's the Ziggy ones that are causing it to go insane. No. Yeah, the Ziggy ones are okay. It's this one that causes it to go insane. Huh. I guess I need to create a language for this. What if I did this? Okay, this way it works, but it doesn't syntax highlight anything. Most syntax highlighting now is busted. Because this is referring to a language that it doesn't recognize. Huh. I'm learning the language and it's quite a bit harder than I expected. After 2 days, I finally got my first program compiling and now I'm facing my first seg fault. Well, if you don't have experience doing lower level programming, yeah, there are a few things that might be not that easy to get started with. It's kind of like Neo when he gets, extracted from the matrix the first time and he's like laying on a table and he looks at Morpheus and says, my eyes hurt. And Morpheus is like, yeah, because you never used them. So there's a lot of brain muscles that you haven't exercised ever, probably, if you only did high level programming, and like they get atrophied. But it is not impossibly hard to get used to what's going on there. It's all, the same logic as normal. You got experience in C? Then what's the problem, man? You haven't written C code in a while. Okay, so then yeah, not having written C stuff in a while, like having it done once in the past, and then, well, maybe more than once, but having it done in the past and then not having done for a while, I can see that also. You know what? It's not the same situation as Neo getting out of the Matrix the first time, but it's like, I don't know, I guess going back to the gym after you haven't gone in years, and then you get sore doing even light exercises, I guess. Okay, so we need to figure out what's going on here. Probably a good idea is to look at the built-in configuration that Helix comes with. Okay, so the way they make it happen, name markdown dot inline. So they give it a dot inline name. Oh, I guess we can copy this. Oh, injection rejects. That is an important bit, I bet. Okay, let's see if this is any better. Somewhat. Not quite there, but almost there. Oh, but the injections are not working. Yeah, so this is working. Everything else is not working. Inlines are not working. This guy seemed fine. What else do we need? I think this is it. Like it's like Markdown, scope source.md. Huh, interesting. Files. Jesus Christ. M down. How many fucking different extensions are there? Marksman. These guys want to do this with Markdown dot inline. That's weird. Oh, wait a second. Is this it? Oh, I think that was it. That was not it. Man. The thing is, we don't even get like any form of debug tooling. Like it's on you. Like you're fucked. It's on you to figure it out. And see if the path is correct. Like crystal super in the tricitor, super in the dash inline. Yeah. Injection reject. Super MD inline. And now it thinks that everything is Ziggy. So so the problem is Super MD inline is not really being picked up. Why? Wait a second, didn't this like work first try in NeoVim? What am I doing wrong? Oh no, you know what? Probably I still had the markdown stuff, so I was picking up all the markdown stuff also before. Mm-mm-mm. Injection language super MD inline. Language. Grammar. Path. Maybe this needs to be defined before, above. No, it was defined afterwards, also in the other file. This is so weird. Document section ATX heading inline. Document section paragraph inline. Also, why am I not getting even this syntax highlighting? At least the basic stuff should work, right? Or are those classes not doing what they should? They might. Hmm. I guess we can look at the queries for Markdown. Set injection include unnamed children. These queries are different. These queries are very different than the other ones. Oh, fuck. This is the problem. Oh, fuck. I think we found the problem. I bet you that the other ones are also different. Oh, no. Highlights. Yeah, markup heading. Yeah. Okay, what's going on is that all these classes or whatever they called are very different. Oh, no. Okay, figure out the mystery. So here's what we need to do. We need to have two sets of these things, of queries. One for Helix, one for Neovim. Yeah, I kind of knew that they weren't compatible. But yeah, it turns out they really are not compatible at all. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a short break to make myself a cup of coffee. Then we learned that we need to copy paste these things twice and separately. And there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, and then we can continue with our quest for better docs. God damn it. Okay. I will be right back then. Okay. I'm back. Let's see. We want to, copy these things. So we want to remove superMD, superMD inline, copy markdown as superMD, and copy markdown inline as superMD underscore inline. Then we want to edit superMD to superMD inline plus metadata injection doesn't exist. Hey, Matthew. You see, it's finally out. Are you happy? Did you watch yourself? What's your impression of your talk? Dude, you, like, jokes aside, it was not easy to clean the audio. It was not easy. Let me just put it that way. My dog was way less bad than I thought. Links. X2, it's my YouTube channel. Like, you'll find it here also on Twitch on my profile. Like, I look at the new videos on Zig Showtime. Also, you should be subscribed. No, I'm joking. Not to brag, but it's the second most viewed one so far. If you want to make it the first one most viewed, post it around. Post it on social media, things that you have access to. Here's a pro move. If you're in the Handmade Discord server, post it in the Handmade Discord server. They love data-oriented stuff, so they will be interested in that talk. Like, no joke. I would say, actually, this is my first suggestion, and the second one is do the same, but also somewhere else. And then you can dethrone the other talk. Okay, let's see if we fixed anything. Yeah, we did. Now it works. Now it does what it needs to do. Jesus Christ. I get a deadlock error encoded is single threaded. What do you mean by deadlock error? Usually a deadlock error means that your program hangs. Normally there is nothing that tells you that a deadlock is happening. Unless you have a language with a like funky runtime, nobody tells you that it's a deadlock. The thing just stops working. So I guess my point is that it's a suspicious assumption on your part. Just pointing it out. But maybe you do see a message that says that. Panic deadlock detected. What? Okay, so you're using matrices somewhere. Huh. Okay, it tells you. So if your application is single-threaded, I guess the only thing that would be using a mutex without you explicitly using one, that would be printing to standard out. Or, well, I guess any kind of printing of this kind. So printing to standard out, I don't know if printing to standard error has any locking involved. I don't remember. I don't know, print to std debug. Well, I'm guessing that std debug print to print to std out calls write file. That's my guess on Windows. I'm sorry, I don't know much about Windows. And I try to know as little as possible as I can about Windows. So I wish I could help you more. My suggestion is, yeah, maybe share the code. If it's nothing too complicated, consider sharing the code here in chat. I'll scroll through it and tell you if there's anything particularly sus. You can paste it in. You can go to zigbean.io and paste your code in zigbean.io and then share it. And if it's if I can't figure it out or it's too complicated or what, then you can ask, for example, for help on the Zig Discord. Okay. In the meantime, I'm back to my Markdown insanity. I hate this. I sincerely hate all of this, man. Is there like dash P for path? Hopefully. Now. Oh god, there's both SuperMD and SuperMD inline. I think the links are allowed. Are they not? Did you get an error trying to post a link? I see. So, why do you need name to be mutable? Okay, let me comment first on what I see, which is not what's causing the problem, most definitely, but just to point out. So you receive a constant pointer to, well, a constant slice to a string, which you then copy because this one is const, this one is not const, so you cannot cast a const to a mutable one. Okay, so just so you know, you can put const here, and that way you don't need to copy anything. But while probably most definitely unneeded, this workaround works. Like it's not wrong. Yeah, you take something that cannot be mutated, make a copy of it that you can mutate, and then you place it here, and that's fine. But in any case, that's something that you can simplify. Now, array list. You have an embedded array list, which you define here. And that works. That's fine. Let's see init with array. What is the third init doing here? So you're creating the array, and then everything else is fine, but this needs to be a nerd defer, because otherwise defer causes you to de-init this thing every single time, and then you return it, and so you're guaranteed to return garbage memory. I have no idea how it can be that from here, from this mistake, you get to a panic message that complains about the state of a mutex. But I guess somehow that happened. But yeah, this is your bug for sure. So only defer the init. Let me see if I see anything else that's sus, but I don't think so. I think I see another one. You make a W, you set state to it, you de-init it, and then you refer, and then you return it. So that's another one that you want to fix. I think you're good. Last thing, yeah, as Mlag was pointing out, let's see, shouldn't be an array list. It has a fixed size for the whole lifetime of Z matrix. Just allocate a buffer. Hello? The browser is going insane. Then you tab in and it's fine. I hate software. Why is software like this? Man. Okay. Your problem is in dot. In dot, you have another defer. So that would be line 53. Let's see. Emlag was saying, shouldn't be an array list. It has a fixed size for the whole lifetime of a Z matrix. Yeah, I guess it depends on the usage pattern, right? Let me think. Yeah, you don't grow this. Yeah, he has a point. So the point is that you want this thing, the matrix, to have a runtime variable size, but at the same time, this size might be different for each instance, but it's not something that you grow in a for loop. You get all the items right away, and you do not end up in a case where, for example, I don't know, like you have fewer items and then you add some more. So what he's suggesting is that basically array list is an abstraction over alloc that allows you that makes it nice, easy for you. Well, it saves you the trouble of having to call realloc yourself a bunch of times. Array list reallocs for you, basically. And it's useful for something that grows. But in your case, you do want heap allocation because size is runtime defined, but you don't need any growing capabilities. So no array list, and instead you use this guy. So you alloc a buffer, like a slice of F32s of this size. So you don't go through array list, you just do it directly. And instead of the init, you call alloc.free. Other things that you might need to change is, well, you have to pass in the allocator in anyway. So yeah, so you're probably mostly already set up. So be aware that array list is overkill, not really needed, but that's it. Nice. You should be all set up after that. I hate this. My God. My God, I hate this. Okay, so these are good. Uh, um. So this needs to be supermd/editors helix queries supermd. I guess I could copy everything inside of queries. But then it's not clear if it's going to create a nested thing or not. So that's the main problem. Okay. Are we good now? So Ziggy supermd text supermd. Now let's take a look at what we actually were doing for real. Hello, Arnau. Yep, that is correct. Can you re-explain what you said about const? The idea is this type is an immutable string. This type is a mutable string because there is no const here. Add const here to this slice, and then you will be able to assign to it name directly. You won't need to do any intermediate copy. That's it. Hello, IC3Q4. ASMR? you like listening to these streams? Oh, that's good. Good for you. Okay, we have finally written down everything that you need to put inside Helix to set up SuperMD, Super HTML. Oh no, SuperMD, Super HTML, and then there's some more SuperMD. This needs to be deleted, I guess. This seems correct. Okay. Hey, Dimuroy. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. This is a very relaxed stream where we are writing documentation for telling people how to set up editor support. Thank you. Have a good day. Enjoy and relax after streaming. So I'm writing a documentation to tell people how to set up support for my new file formats in their editor. Why do I have new file formats? Because for a couple of reasons, which I guess are best explained. Let me think. Okay, so I have this thing called SuperMD. Let me zoom in. Which is my own version of Markdown. And why did I make my own Markdown? Well, because let's say that you have a static site generator where you have like a piece of content written in Markdown, but a central section you want to be a 2-column layout. How do you make that happen? Actually, it doesn't even have to be a static site generator. Like the more general question is, you're writing content in Markdown, and in the layout, you want some of that content to be shown as 2 columns. It's not like the specific 2-column idea is critical, but it's an example that showcases how problematic it is vanilla Markdown. And the answer is that, and I would also argue how bad are solutions that get normally proposed to fix limitations in Markdown, in vanilla Markdown. So one way of doing it, which is what Common Markdown allows you to do, is if your Markdown allows inline HTML, you can put some inline HTML to get the 2-column stuff happening, right? So you create a div, you style it as display flex direction row, and then you put 2 divs inside of it, and you got a 2-column layout. Great. This is, well, no, not great. This is not great as a starting point. But what makes this particularly awful, in my opinion, is that the way the Markdown parser sees your HTML, this is an HTML block. Then there's a title block, and then there's another HTML block, meaning that for the Markdown parser, this is some invalid, like there are 2 opening tags, and they get parsed as an HTML thing on their own, and then there's another one that happens to match this div, and then leaves another div open. Well, leaves this div open from before, and then this one also open. And then finally, thankfully, there are 2 closing divs that end up closing everything. You mess something up, and nothing tells you that you messed something up. Well, first of all, you're inlining a bunch of disgusting HTML. Like, the whole point of writing Markdown was that you did not want to write HTML, otherwise you would be writing HTML. And now you're writing HTML, and you have the tooling has no notion of syntax correctness. It's like it's a soup of random tokens. Then you have MDX, which is, well, as they say themselves, Markdown for the component era, and they are at version 3 right now. MDX is like, yeah, it's Markdown, but didn't you want to add, instead of inlining HTML, wouldn't you like to inline JavaScript and JSX? Well, you know what? Actually, I can see some of the appeal for this thing. I still think it's not a good idea, but I can see the appeal. In any case, yeah. So with MDX, you import from left pad incorporated row, left and right, and you pretty much do the same. I don't know how the MDX parser works. Actually, you know what? I'm not even 100% sure that you can put Markdown inside of JSX. I'm making this assumption here in this example, but I'm actually not sure if they allow it. Like, you can mix JSX and what is it? Using MDX. Holy shit, you can put these things inside headings as well. Okay, it allows you to mix, but can you also put Markdown inside the body of an element? I bet you that they won't even show. They won't even clarify if it is possible or oh no, it is no, this is self-closing. So oh god. Sorry, and I'm now curious about this thing. Can you? They don't even explain that in the docs. So it's not even clear if you even can put a heading inside of this, as I assumed. Let's say you can. Still, kind of the same soup as before. And then you have Hugo. Hugo has shortcodes, which is these inline thingies that you can put. It's like templating, but for Markdown. So you can template your Markdown stuff. It looks a lot like the HTML version, but you have one upside. Well, you have one downside that it's like, it's still HTML, but with extra steps. But the upside is that if your divs don't close, like if you don't have a matching thing, like you open this, then you have to close it. You open this, then you have to close it. At least you will get a parsing error. Like the tool understands that this thing needs to be matched together. And if you leave a div open, then it won't compile. Here, you forget this tag, you leave a div open, nothing complains. Nobody says anything to you. Okay, so I have my own Markdown version. How do I do it? Well, my answer is that in my case, what I did is I extended link syntax. So I give to link syntax expressions that evaluate to things that are not links. And when they evaluate to something that isn't a link, then the link doesn't render as a link, but it renders as that thing. So here, for example, I'm saying that this is a section that has ID left. This is another section that has ID right. So all I'm doing is saying that these are sections, and whenever you open a new section, the previous one ends automatically. And then the layout has the ability to render the content not just as a single blob, but also section by section. And this way, the two-column layout concern stays in the layout where it belongs. And the only thing that you have to do in your content is just give a handle to each chunk of content so that it can be accessed with higher granularity by the layout. That's all you have to do, nothing else. And similarly, I have, for example, support for videos. I don't think I explained this here. I think it's in the reference. But for example, I have a video thing, so I can say, oh yeah, this is a video, and this renders as a video. If you want to put a video in Markdown, you have to use inline HTML because Markdown doesn't have a video syntax for expressing a video, well, other than inlining HTML. And then there's also the concept of blocks that I've added. So the idea is you use a quote block, but if you use the link syntax that I mentioned before, either like this, you have to put this thing at the beginning of a block, and then basically closes the block in a div. Every single one of these dollar things can accept .id and .attributes to set IDs and classes and give it classes. So you can basically, this becomes a div that then can be styled however you want, and you can optionally give it attributes. For example, to distinguish a warning from an info, from an error, from I don't know, a tip, for example. And the idea is like these concepts, you decide what these concepts need to be, like warning, error, tip. These are common, especially when it comes to like programming content. But if your content has some other concept that you want to express in a block, then obviously you style it however you want, and you do whatever you want with it. They're nice because they nest. And you can combine the syntax also with a heading so that you can make it, a block with a heading. And it looks pretty good. And I use those in this website. Then there's also the heading directory that all it does is allow you to set attributes to the heading element. Image, video, link. You have the ability to define links through specific syntax that allows you to hook into Zine so that you can say, oh, I want this child page, I want this sibling page, and Zine will complain if you're trying to link to something that doesn't exist. That kind of stuff. So yeah, these are my things. But editors don't support them yet. So people need to do manual setup step if they want syntax highlighting and something, etc. Okay, we're done with this. Thank God. Although I think I want to change this to a symbolic link. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we can also do this. I think people say if and when. All right, that's it. Let us see if the symbolic link stuff actually works. So I'm gonna exit here. Yeah, it works. Okay, just wanted to double check. Okay, so this guide is complete. Oh my god, thank God. Whew. Now we can write the other ones, I guess. Hello, bye tourist. Okay, let's create the NeoVim page. Okay, we need to figure out how to do this step for NeoVim. Man. NeoVim is more complicated because there's like a ton of ways in which you can set it up. So I don't know, man. Maybe I should put a warning block in here and say, I don't know, these are done. Yeah, let's put a warning here. Although, you know what? Maybe this should be at the top. You use what? Wait, we can close the Helix stuff. We know that it all works. And then we need to figure out what the other plugins are. Wait a second. Where did my super HTML stuff go? Where did my super HTML setup go? I feel like okay. This is weird. I'm sure I had it set up already. What happened there? Okay, let's leave link queries for later. Let's see. The program works. I had another array list issue where it had the correct capacity but not the correct size. Thanks to GPT-4 for debugging that one for me. How is this to Java array list where the size is managed automatically? Um. Mm, 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 I don't know how to parse your comment because so let's say if I just read this, array list in Zig does manage the capacity of the list automatically, of the array automatically. That's actually kind of the one and only thing it does. That said, I understand that maybe that this is not to say that you could not have had any problem. I'm just saying that I'm not sure this explanation matches my understanding of array list. In any case, in your case, in the code that you showed, it is the best recommendation is to really get rid of array list and replace those with heap allocated slices. Just like you were copying name, instead of copying name, you create a slice of F32s and you manage that directly without needing ArrayList in the mix at all. Quick question, does SCDFS have any way of checking if a path is a dir or a file? Yep, it does. Well, not a path, but a open handle, I believe. Or in any case, look at the documentation of SCDFS and search for dir or is dir, and you will find a few matches. Learn, standard library, fs dir, maybe fs is dir, kind, file, directory, and a few other ones. So you can get this info. But I believe you need first to open. Let's see. Let's say that you do... well, the idea is that you start from a directory, right? Because you do SCDFS, CWD, and then from CWD, there's access. That's accessing subpath. That's not interesting. Copy file, create file, delete there. Make path, may open path, open there. Open file. I think this one complains if it is a directory. Is there open error? The path refers to a directory, but the directory flag was not provided. Okay, so you can try to open a file. And then, so chances are that when you're doing this kind of work, sometimes what you want is to go for the happy path and then react to an error. So like you want to open a file, but then you're worried, or you want to open you want the user to give you a directory, but then you're not sure if they will give you actually a directory or not. They might give you a file path. So you try open dir, and then you can get a not dir error, and then you handle that. That's usually the better way of doing it, rather than maybe trying to sniff if the thing is actually a directory or not. Just go for the happy path and then react to errors accordingly. That's my suggestion. Sidenka, hey, what's the best approach for implementing different types of server messages I get from WebSocket? They are all JSON format and have a type field. I started with tagged union and I parsed the first into std JSON value to get the type, and then I parse again with the obtained JSON value to target struct. Am I going the right way? Sidenka, you are facing one of the most fucking annoying problems with JSON. There is no good solution. JSON is a disaster, or a file format specifically, well, not specifically, but like mainly because it causes people to design bad APIs that are sometimes even hostile to parsing. Like the problem that you're defining, the impossibility of expressing unions nicely. Yeah, this has annoyed me since forever. I don't think there is a solution. Like there's only like workarounds. This is, by the way, why I ended up making my own data format. I made Ziggy. One of the things that Ziggy does is solve this concept by having, well, first of all, it has a distinction between structs and maps. So in Ziggy, you have two different notations, and you use the dot name = notation when your key value mapping is expected to follow a schema, while you use JSON syntax whenever a key value mapping is not expected to follow a schema. So here in this example, the idea is that this is like a message that contains a command. And so all these things like ID, time, payload, they are like necessary fields. They are part of a schema. While instead extra, it's like metadata that you can toss in there that maybe it varies. It's like not really strongly typed. So this is like just random stuff that gets tossed in there. And so you use different syntax for that. Here you can see package.json also does the same. In a hypothetical Ziggy version, for example, for the uses dot field name equal sign notation for the top level fields because they are, well, they need to be called, they need to have these names and be present for you to have a correct package.json file. But then inside dependencies, whatever dependency name you put there, that doesn't matter for the package.json schema. That's these fields have a meaning because they are package names, but they are not part of the schema. So related to your point, more specifically, in Ziggy, I have this concept that you can give a name to a struct, and in a schema, you can specify that a field is a union of structs, where each case, it's a tagged union, and the tag is the struct name. So like here, the example would be that you have ID, time, and payload, and payload can be command or notification. And the result is, then you put it like this. So in the parser sees payload, sees command, and so it knows in which case you're in, because the information about which case you are is available before you have to attempt to parse the goddamn message. Let's go dependencies equals left pad. Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't miss that. So, sorry, this is not helping you though, because you're not using Ziggy. I just wanted to point out that it's such a problem that, and then I ended up making my own alternative serialization format. I'm not suggesting that you should use it, to be clear. So what you describe, the way that, so your solution is one way of doing it. Another one is this one, where you do basically an object and then you do tag in the field name, and then so this becomes, well, in the previous example was, what was it? Command or notification. These were the two possibilities. So in here you would say command or notification. The nice thing about this approach is that if for the outer type, you define a custom parsing function, in your custom parsing function, you can programmatically inspect this token, match it against all the known variants, all the known tags, and then delegate, and then in a sense like resume the parsing by plugging in the correct type in the subsequent call to the parsing function, if that makes sense. So the point is, with this approach, since you're pulling the tag out of the payload, it makes it easier to kick off the metaprogramming required to parse things one shot. Your approach works, but it requires to parse things twice in a sense. This one saves you from that and allows you to do everything, one shot. But yeah, it's a shitty situation, and there's no. The only solution is stop using JSON. It sucks. Yeah. I guess we can. Let's see. Any chance I can describe messages in Ziggy schema and then have a nice parser? That would be nice. Yeah, yes and no. So yeah, totally. That's kind of the point of schemas. So yes. No, I haven't implemented this yet. I'm sorry. The main problem is, so I did like a design pass and a tool implementation pass on Ziggy. And I did a ton of work, but then I needed to, circle back to the rest of Zine and do more work. I want to circle back to Ziggy, like eventually, but not even that far in the future. So like not tomorrow, not next week, maybe next month, maybe a couple months from now, that kind of stuff. And I want to do a second design pass, and like I'm not happy with how enums work, so I will probably tweak enums a little bit. But the general gist of Ziggy is going to stay the same. So as I was saying, the reason why I haven't implemented this yet is because I did not want to implement this as a comp time thing, but I wanted to implement this instead as a build step thing. So the idea being you have a build step that generates type definitions from your Ziggy schema, and then you can refer to these things as modules. Yeah, but I haven't done so yet. So I totally want to do it. And also, I do think that having a build step that generates Zig source code is better than having a ton of comp time metaprogramming flying all over the place and generating weird errors, programming errors whenever, build errors whenever something goes out of whack. Yeah, but I haven't implemented it yet. I want to do this though, because I want to have Zine. Zine has a schema for the front matter, which right now is actually out of sync with the type definition that I'm using, which is kind of cringe, but that's how things are. So I have a schema definition for the front matter, but for example, author here is written down as optional, but it's actually not optional. So long story short, Sidenka, it's 100% on the roadmap, but I'm like yak shaving left and right, and right now the Ziggy yak is not right next to me. I'll get back to it, but need a little bit of time. That said, if you find it inspiring, patches are welcome. Thank you for posting the last software videos. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, the truth is that, so here's what happened with those videos. It was like an annoying combination of things. One is that the audio quality was pretty bad, and to upload them and make them bearable and also save myself from an endless stream of people complaining about audio quality, I needed to design the exact process for cleaning them and for cleaning the audio. And it's weirdly complicated because there's a ton of options out there, each with its own plus and cons, plus a new wave of AI-based noise removal thingies, plus things that should work but don't. For example, NVIDIA has great noise canceling stuff that you can use from OBS, from Discord, you can use everywhere, but somehow you cannot hook to a NLE for some reason, or even worse, there are some plugins that claim they do it, but then they don't. They never work. So I was basically like trying all these different things and combining them together to try and make everything work, and it took me forever to like go through all the options and settle on something that was good enough. So yeah, so that happened. Plus, in the meantime, I was really into Zine, so I actually wanted to do Zine instead of fiddling with that stuff. We used to use Adobe Sound Booth, but they don't have the product anymore. You know what I ended up using though? Another Adobe tool. They have, I think it's part of Adobe Podcast, but the tool that I like, one of the main tools that I used was Adobe. The Adobe, like if you Google Adobe like noise removal, you will find it. It's part of their online subscription thing. So that one is really good, and it did a lot of heavy lifting. Then I have occasionally used, I suspect that what you're referring to probably just has been rebranded, because the one that I used it was insanely good compared to most of the competition that I had tried. So I was actually surprised that if that was a new product and it was already that good. So chances are that probably is what you are referring, just, I don't know, shuffled around. So I used that, and then I also mixed in some voice isolation features from DaVinci Resolve, and that ended up doing basically most of it. There were some other tools that I could have used, but in the end, these two were pretty good. So yeah, what you hear there is pretty much mainly these two tools. But again, even though the final process ended up being kind of simple, what was complicated was like selecting what the final process needed to be. That was definitely more complicated and longer. I ended up purchasing a bunch of plugins that ended up not being useful at all. I still have them, but whatever. So that was that. I wanted to do Zine, and so I don't know. It was very hard to convince myself to go do that work, but in the end, I did it. And then summer came, and I was also thinking that it would have been probably a bad idea to release the videos mid-August, because I think that people are on vacation, they don't care. So I thought that in any case, it would have been a better idea to wait for people to come back from vacation before publishing stuff. So that's kind of what ended up impacting the timeline more than anything else. These three considerations: ton of very annoying post-production work, me wanting to do software engineering instead of fiddling with NLEs and audio plugins, and summer. These were the three things. Is there any story behind Zig being reptile themed? No, I don't believe there's any big story. The story is that Zig came out, then at some point Andrew announced that the proper term for referring to people that do program in Zig, the equivalent of Gopher or Rustation, was Ziguana. This announcement happened very early, even before I joined the Zig Software Foundation. So this happened after I had discovered Zig, because I remember seeing that happen, like the thing unroll live, but before the ZSF even was a thing. And if you ask me, that was probably, I don't know for sure, never asked, but I suspect that was probably a form of like, how can I say, prevention from Andrew, to avoid people settling too hard, getting too used to more problematic names. And so Ziguana became a thing, and Iguana basically introduced reptilians to the mix. I think that's kind of it. I also believe that Ziguana predates Zero and Ziggy. not 1000% sure, but 90% sure. Also, Ziggy. Well, you know what? No, never mind. It does 100% predate Ziggy. I am not sure if it predates Zero, but also Zero is not an iguana. So it might have been that Zero was before, kind of introduced reptile, but not a reptile concept, but then not iguanas. I'm not sure though. The timeline is a little bit fuzzy. I do believe, like, if you want the practical, if you want the inside scoop from the perspective of looking at community building from a practical perspective, I do believe that Ziguana was originally selected because, well, it sounds nice. Ziguana rolls off the tongue nicely, and it was there to prevent other problems. Susie, so Susie is not an official mascot. Susie is my mascot. I came up with Susie, and Susie exists because at some point, there was a point in time where I was descending typing hell, and I was fiddling with custom keyboards, and I was making my own custom keyboards, and they were all fucking janky because I would put keycaps, I would put switches in there, and the switches would have they would jitter a little bit, so they would sometimes not work, sometimes do double taps, and all kinds of problems. And as all this madness was happening, I was also around that time I also decided to switch to Colimac away from QWERTY. And in the middle of all of this, I kept mistyping usize. And as I kept mistyping usize, I started making this joke that it's like, yeah, it's a Susie, not a usize, it's a Susie. And so basically, Susie is, the name Susie comes because it's what's the word? Oh man, what's the name of those things where you shuffle letters around? It's a, oh god. Well, okay, you understand the concept. I don't know why I can't remember the word. But yeah, Susie comes from usize, and it's a salamander because it's an anagram. Yeah, it's an anagram. And it's a salamander because, well, it's still themed. It's not exactly, well, salamanders are not reptilians. They're I also am forgetting how you call that thing in English. Amphibian? Yeah, I think you say amphibian. So it's an amphibian, and but regardless, it's close enough. And it's just because I like those animals. I remember seeing them when I was a kid. You know, the black ones with yellow spots whenever it would rain. So that's why Susie is like this. Oh, I think that this is pretty much what Susie is, even the symmetrical yellow things on the side. So Susie is my mascot, and I had Susie be drawn by an artist. So this is Susie. This one is the first big drawing that I commissioned. And yeah, and so Susie is the, my / Zig Showtime salamander mascot. Unlike the other two guys, Susie is more like a pet. Well, not exactly a pet. It's like something in between of a pet and like a kid. So like Susie is not as self-aware as these other guys supposedly are. That's it. Tiger salamander. I think this is wrong. Oh no, this is not wrong because it's the formatter name. Yeah. Okay. What's the GEB book? Search Google for GEB. You will find it. It's an interesting book. Did you design Suzy the Salamander with jetpacks, or is it more the Ashley's in interpretation? No, I think I asked him to give Suzy a jetpack in the original drawings, but you know it's an accessory, so I think you can see some other drawings that where Suzy doesn't have the jetpack. Did I close art? So like this is okay. Never mind. This one still has a jetpack. This one also has a jetpack. Yeah, in this one, the jetpack is sitting on the side. So Suzy's just wearing like boots and I don't know, some kind of maybe spacesuit, something. I don't know. Maybe we should give some syntax highlighting to Lua, huh? I have a question. Why is the allocator a var and not a const in my first test? Is it, if I put const, it doesn't compile? Because the allocator contains state that you mutate by calling alloc on it, or maybe not you directly, but if you use array list or if you use something that uses allocators, then you allocating mutates its internal state. So you need to keep around that internal state. And what's important is there's a distinction between the implementation and the interface. The implementation is whenever you define like a general purpose allocator, for example, that one has a state, and then you call dot allocator on it, and then you obtain an interface to it. The interface, it's like a stateless object. It's just basically a couple of pointers that you pass around. Internally, it's a couple of pointers. But the implementation contains all the bookkeeping to know, to be able to keep track of existing allocations, free them, that kind of stuff. Not every allocator needs internal state, but most do. There are some allocators, for example, there are on some OSs, the OS itself has an allocator that you can use, and that one has internal state, but the internal state is managed by the OS. It's not managed by your program. So your program, in a sense, only needs to have an interface to it. And so in that case, you can have allocators that don't need to be vars. They don't need to have internal state saved somewhere because this is handled by the OS. But normal allocators, they're literally, you can think of them as, I'm being very hand-wavy, but think of them like as hash maps that keep around entries for everything that you try to allocate on them. And so that they know, for example, if you're trying to free something, if that something exists or not. Or in any case, they have a reference to the memory that pointer is supposed to occupy so that they can return that to the OS. I'm oversimplifying to the max the concept, but I guess the idea is they have internal state. I remember a malloc debugger working exactly like that. Mm-hmm. I think this is it. So auto format with conform, LSP setup with NVIM LSP, three-seater setup with NVIM three-seater. This is it. You know what? This should be a warning, I think. People should not. Let's see. It had a hash map of the addresses of my allocations in the number of bytes allocated, and the end of the program, it listed all the entries that still existed. Yeah. Is there a convention? By the way, the general purpose allocator the testing allocator does the same. So like if you have a test and you forget to free, you can actually try this now. If you, for example, disarm your matrix init function, so you have the init function not do anything, so you leave the allocations alive, the test will fail and it will tell you that memory has leaked. Is there a convention for what to call the interface and the state object respectively, instance versus reference? No. Like if you mean like as a general one, like for example, like C# has I this, I that for interfaces. No, there's nothing like that. If you're talking about allocators specifically, my heartfelt recommendation is to avoid the term alloc as much as you can. So don't call things alloc or allocator. No. Instead, do this. Call them GPA and Arena. The idea being, even though the allocator is an interface and they are technically interchangeable as types, use names that imply the usage pattern. So an Arena is an allocator where it's kind of like a scratch buffer. So you put stuff on it, but then you don't free anything. And depending on the context you're in, an Arena usually implies that there's like a frame of some kind. For example, in a game, it could be like a game frame, or in a web server, it could be a request response cycle where once you've sent a response to the client, then every other state that you memory that you allocated in the meantime, now it's not needed anymore because you sent the reply already. And so the entire Arena can be reset all at once. So the implication then means that if you accept an Arena, then it means that you expect the caller to reset the Arena at the appropriate time. Likewise, or I guess conversely, GPA instead is an allocator that expects to not have what I just described. So it expects the lifetime of each individual allocation to be managed separately or in a more nuanced way. And so those tend to be more long-lived allocations. It might also be correct to have a function accept both an Arena and a GPA, where the Arena is used for temporary stuff and the GPA is used for long-term stuff. One example, my language server, language servers, you will have some memory allocation that is necessary for a request response cycle, but also you need to have a long-term allocator to keep around state of open files that the client, the language, the editor has told you that the user has open and then you should be aware of. Those need to be long-lived. But for example, if there is a format request, so like if the user is saving, which is triggering a format and save request to your language server, then the memory required to format the document and send to the client the updated, the formatted document. After you're done with that, that should be freed. So for example, Zig LSP Kit gives you both. Gives you access to a GPA and gives you access to an Arena. The Arena is for the request response cycle data, while the GPA is for long-term stuff. GPA CTX, I personally usually do GPA impl. But yeah, that's, I would say, do whatever you want with the implementation name. Do call GPA the interface. So the first part, whatever you want. Second part, call it GPA. Yeah. Maybe this shouldn't be in here. Let's put it in index. Okay, so this is done. I think I'm missing one last step in the Neowin page. I haven't explained how to link all queries yet. Oh man. Yeah. Such pain, man. Such pain. Gecko for the thank you for the cheer. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Final push. I think I need to put a huge warning in here. You know what? Actually, if this is not how it's supposed to be for everybody, somebody who uses NeoVim will tell me. I'll assume that for now everything works for me. Quantitatively, how less buggy is Z programming than the same written in C, you think? It varies wildly. It really depends on the program. I think that a lot of people will probably write better programs in Zig than C, because Zig has inherently safer features like slices instead of having to pass around length separately, slash sometimes having null termination. In Zig, if you do have null termination for like a string or something, that is part of the type system. So that helps a lot. So I would say it is significantly easier to write a Zig program in a correct Zig program than it is to write a correct C program. Or even more importantly, it is much easier to not introduce a bug maintaining a Zig code base than it is maintaining a C code base, especially if the C code base has macros in the mix. When it comes to C++, C++ has a ton of safety features, so the equation is different, and they also use they have fewer use of macros, lower use of macros in C++. But C++ tends to have the problem of too much abstraction. So the type of bug that you would introduce in C++ is probably a bug of a different nature, because maybe you forgot to take into account, I don't know, the fact that somebody could somewhere be using copy boogaloo whatever constructor, and you forgot that has a bad interaction when you combine it with some other stupid C++ feature. So that also is a problem. At the same time, though, there's people who do know how to leverage those features. They know what to avoid, they know what to use, and that can be a coding style that they are way more proficient in than, for example, I would be. So I would say that it is not immediately obvious. I would say that the discussion of one language being strictly better than the other it's a dangerous discussion, because chances are that you don't have the necessary data to really be able to make that claim. Because I do think that it's ultimately, even though it is engineering, it is ultimately kind of a personal thing to a good degree. But I do think that for a lot of people, Zig is a huge improvement over C, and that's it. And over C++ as well. That certainly was the case for me. You know what? Let's put a warning on top asking people to provide feedback. Well, this is a little bit too direct. Let's not say please provide, but let's say corrections dot. Um, corrections and improvements are welcome. Oh, maybe it doesn't even need this. Yeah. I should also do the 3-seater slash Ziggy, 3-seater slash Ziggy schema here thing here, maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so man, that was exhausting, but we did it. We have docs. Oh, there's APR to Zine. To the dev dashboard. This got some higher priority. I think it would be more consistent if Zine would follow sim-linked files. I'm not sure if it should follow sim-linked folders though. Oh, Jesus. Sim-linked files. This JavaScript looks funny. Oh yeah. I am writing a funky systems programming JavaScript. Yeah, you know what? I honestly don't see the resemblance with JavaScript. People, I think, are pattern matching a little bit too hard with that, because the only thing, like Zig has what? Two things that you could say are similar to JavaScript. Undefined as a keyword, which in Zig has a wildly different meaning than in JavaScript, and wildly different semantics. And then the fact that when you import stuff, you import it and you assign it to a variable. So instead of having special syntax, you do const like std equals at import std. That's it. I don't see any other resemblance with JavaScript. By the way, you were probably making a joke, so I don't want to complain about a joke. It's just that, I don't know, your comment brought up all these vague memories of people. Sometimes, like, people on Hacker News would go hard on Zig and say, oh yeah, it's like, why is the syntax like JavaScript? It's like, where is it like JavaScript? Is it greater than Rust and Go? I don't know. Why not Rust and Zig? Wait, what? What are you guys talking about? What do you use for the syntax highlighting of the generated HTML? So you mean, what do I use to generate syntax highlighted code blocks? I'm using Tree-Sitter. So I link against Tree-Sitter. I have a bunch of Tree-Sitter grammars, and that produces, that adds classes to each token. And then the actual color scheme, right now, you have to make your own. I don't provide you with themes, so you have to pick a color scheme that you like. It's kind of manual mode still, but it's doable. And these are all things that can be improved over time. So you have to make it. Well, I mean, you have to choose the colors, but there's a lot of stuff that has to happen before you can put colors. Like, putting here the classes is, I would say it's 90% of the work. Picking the colors is the remaining 10%. Like, Tree-Sitter is doing work. But yeah, the color scheme, the theming, whatever you want to call it, has to be decided by you. Okay, I think we can make a new release. Oh god, this today.md is completely busted. I never saved it. This is all weird. Oh, you know what? Make a release. That part is true. Ooh, okay, let's go. Let us see what the changes are. Oh, but wait, though. Git status. Change to AST. Okay, so we need to fix this for sure. This we can close. In Zine, we fetch new super HTML. We also change the super MD. Just 3-seater queries and grammars. Okay. Okay, perfect. What did we add to page? Parent section. Oh. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, that's fine. Perfect. Um, so this is fine. Then in the website, which is what I'm editing here, we want to regenerate the reference. Perfect. So page should have now parent section. Why? Why do we not have parent section here? What is going on? Oh, it's because I don't have a local zine. Okay, so we tag a new zine. Git push tags. Okay. Now we do serve. And now we have parent section. Perfect. Ah, that's annoying. That's really annoying. I think I'll keep replacing it manually, I guess. Okay, let's do a release on GitHub and use that to see the changelog, maybe. One commit to main since this release. Have I not pushed? There we go. Okay, this just adds parent section. Are you using NixOS? If you do, are you using Nix packages for Zig, or do you install it in a different way? I have a NixOS virtual machine that I use sometimes. In there, I don't use Nix packages because I have a clone of the Zig, a checkout of the Zig repository, so I just build it locally because I usually am messing around with Zig itself. I think that most people who want to, be active with Zig, but not so active to compile it themselves all the time, I think most of them just have a Nix flake. If you look at Mitchell Hashimoto on GitHub, he should have a bunch of projects where you can see examples of using the Nix, of having a Zig Nix flake in there. There's also probably other examples. I just don't use it. And actually, I'm personally not all that knowledgeable of NixOS. Like I use it mostly as a clueless user, if I have to be honest. So I know how things kind of work, but I don't fiddle with it too much. But I do believe that most people prefer a Nix flake as the like in between solution. I think all we need is like something that makes links absolute. Yeah, this is a 404 because it's not deployed. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. Okay, now we wait for it to build. Which will take a while because we changed Zine, so we don't have release builds of any of the tooling, which needs to be done from scratch, which is not cached yet, so it takes a while to happen. That was crazy fast. What? This is not supposed to be this fast. I'm giga sussed out. I guess I got a good VM. Like, what the fuck? I mean, it is up. What can I say? Okay. Bro, can I click? No, I can't. Now I can. Okay. Do I see my own release in my feed? No, I only see other people's activity. I guess that's fine. I was just curious of seeing how my own thing would look like. Okay. So this was it. It's tedious, boring work. But writing documentation is the only way people know how to use your stuff. So you gotta do it. There's no escape, there's no excuse, there's nothing you can do. All you can do is just have people do it. Or rather, sorry, give people info so that people can do it. There's no other way. Let's go post in main Zig Discord. Okay. What's next for me? So as part of all this work, I was also porting the Zig website, which I still have open in here. And I ported most of it. I think so. There's also a draft of the devlog. This is not real. This is like just placeholder stuff. But yeah, it works. I think the only pages that I'm missing is in the in-depth overview and getting started. So I need to port these two pages. Everything else is implemented. Also back to the homepage. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. And also RSS feed for the news page. These are the two things that are missing. Yeah. Yeah, for everything else, we're in business. Okay, so here's what I think I'll do. It's been a 5-hour stream. I think I deserve a break now. The editor documentation stuff is brutal. I don't know why it has been so brutal on me, but it has been. So I'm gonna stop the streaming here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Zine is going forward, so if you need to make a website, I recommend you check it out. It's genuinely becoming a pretty good tool. Also, you can have syntax highlighting and everything else. So, yep. Yeah, but X2, I think X2, I think X2 has been here long enough to know when that time is coming. so yeah. So yeah, thank you all, and I'll see you next time. I think, I don't know for sure, but I think we might even decide to pull the trigger and publish the Zig website, even if we don't have all the different translations ready yet, and just like regress them temporarily and have contributors help out with the porting work. And yeah, I personally, I feel like the only thing that's kind of making me not want to push forward super fast is this damn bug with VS Code, because I wish I could give people a super nice like experience with VS Code where I give them like a WebAssembly build of the LSP embedded in the extension, but it doesn't work, and I haven't fixed it, and this is driving me nuts. I mean, that's what I get for expecting Microsoft to do nice things for me. In any case, let me see if anybody else is streaming to see if I can rate them. Otherwise, I am going to go. Oh, I also borked my link. In the announcement channel. No. Okay, so this is all this. Oh, there were comments on YouTube that I missed. Let's see. These were about an hour ago. Let's see. How does the Zig system offer any benefit to a project that isn't using Zig C++? No, I would say that if you're not using Zig, if you're not using C, if you're not using C++, then the Zig build system is a build system that won't bring you huge benefits, because building these things is mostly what it does. Can you use it? Sure, you can. Technically, I am using the Zig build system to build websites. Like literally, like my running Zine to build a website makes a task in the build system, in the Zig build system, for every markdown file. So you can totally do it. But in terms of like benefits, I don't know. The equation becomes a lot more complicated. While if you have C, C++, and Zig dependencies, then it's a clear winner, like no discussion. What up, Loris? Really enjoying software you can love videos. Oh, thank you. So, also, if anybody wants to watch a video, yeah, do check out the videos on YouTube. Let me tell you what my favorite one is. Hopefully YouTube figures it out. Yeah, it did. So if you want to watch videos, check out this one, types and other techniques as an accessibility tool for the ADHD brain. This one is really good. Maintaining Your Love for Passion Projects was my favorite talk from the entire conference. To be clear, I'm biased. I liked all of them. I selected them. So that said, Biodigital Jazz from Yoran also was, in my opinion, really good, because it's another slightly atypical talk. This one is about business. I would say that, in a sense, Biodigital Jazz and Maintaining Your Love for Passion Projects are kind of like yin and yang. They are like two different sides of the same coin. Apparently, a lot of people are loving also the web server that never allocates talk. That one was also good, but it's more. It is actual software engineering, but it's a rock talk also. That also is pretty nice. And yeah, and if you want a Zig talks, like pure Zig talks, then you can have data-oriented design revisited, type safety in the Zig compiler. So this is about data-oriented design and the Zig compiler itself from MLog. And there's also defeating the optimizer, how to write and avoid unoptimizable code. That one is also, well, actually it's not unique to Zig, but Specs Guy, that's another very engineering focused talk. So these are my recommendations. But again, I do think that they're all great. So enjoy and see you next time. Bye-bye.